Hello and welcome back, everyone. So, did a lot of construction in the kind of like intermediate portion between episodes. Just put up a bunch of buildings. I'm not sure how much you guys enjoy watching this. I started a poll. I think it's relatively tedious, but if you guys like it, hey Azeb and Dragon, how's it going? If you guys like it, I guess we could probably almost even make half an episode out of it, this type of thing. Came through and also am really trying to utilize the auto-expand in a lot of spots, and just kind of do some things, and so maybe we show a little bit of that off. In general... Hold up. Okay. In general, do like stuff like the sheep farms, and farming villages. Just don't like building huge stacks of them when we like don't have an enormous bank, because we somehow managed to spend down from like 60k. To be honest, we can free up money quite a bit, because we don't really need to pay for our devotion. We could kill this slider, and to be honest, we have this slider active, this culture active slider active, just because we want to hit 50 prestige, so we're trying to give ourselves the best opportunity to pimp an event for that. And then Diplo spending, I actually don't even think we need to spend this much on Diplo. It does decrease our diplomacy income, but not by anywhere near as much as the slider costs. So something like this is maybe a little bit better. And then if we kill all the sliders, like we're making 1.6k. We're making 1.6k without the extra taxes. And so, notably, that's zero... Oh, and you know what? We probably have enough stability. Right? And then 1.8k. And then you notice we have 0% sliders at that point. So, this is kind of theocracy. This is your brain on theocracy, man. Where we don't actually need to pay for the cost court slider, but we'll still pay for this stuff for now, but we can turn up the heat in terms of the income anytime we want. We also have quite a few barracks coming up. We have a big manpower pool, and it's not filled. Have we played Cahokia? No, we have not. Not played Cahokia. Also, I think we put in some buildings in our subjects and this type of thing. I was thinking of releasing this guy, honestly, because we can actually get down there a little bit. Control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And if each of those cost, 2, that's only minus 70 control. So, I think we actually released this guy as a subject, a regular subject, instead of holding off on making a colonial subject. Except I think we actually want to release as multiple subjects, so we have to think of the best way to do that. I suppose we want people to have coastline in general. Let's take a look at the provinces. Okay, I guess. Because right now it's just kind of rotting in our hands. I think we're going to release 4 subjects here. We will maybe eventually annex them, but also maybe this is too far down the line. We do lose out on some trade capacity, but that's not the biggest deal ever. I think we, as per usual, do want to control the market ourselves, because when you control the market, you kind of avoid annoying situations that come up a lot. Really do wish you could give your subjects market access preference to your other subjects. How's the game on 1.0.10? Stable. I'm debating starting Nuvik 3 or EU5 run? Well, there's a chance that they continue to update, here, let's maybe do, actually, we just want to have this here, and so we won't, belabor ourselves the issues of paying extra on the lumber. I think, right now, EU5 is stable and unlikely to change for some time. I don't know if they're going to come back and they're going to slow down the dev cycle. The dev cycle has, in my opinion, been a pain point for a lot of players. I've not really minded the rapid changes. I find it enjoyable, but I think that this has been a pain point for others. Now is a time where the game's not going to change for some time, so I think now's probably a good time for an EU5 run. Given the uncertainty of how exactly they are going to approach dev cycle coming back. I imagine they slow things down, but they might not. Born too early to explore the universe, too late to colonize gold provinces, just in time to watch generalist gaming dominate. Thank you, thank you. It has, what is it, born to... Every time someone does the born to blank, beam thing, I just, like, always think of born to shit, forced to wipe. The truth hurts. Bigger nations are fun to play, but if you're planning on playing a smaller nation, you are going to get no CV. That's true. That's true. If you want to play maybe a more adventurous start, now's maybe not as much the time. Hey, Bar, how's it going? So, let's get this started and check our truce with Castile. Alright. That's going to be a big driver. That and these Papal State Wars. Honestly, I'm kind of having a blast with the fact that the game actually feels like there's resistance into the mid-1500s, given how caked up France has gotten. Fighting France is actually difficult. Also, given our situation with what is it, mercenaries. We are having, like, technical difficulties fighting mercenaries. I really kind of want to understand how it works a little bit better. I do think that there's, like, a mercenary pool, and it gets drained when the mercenaries get used, but otherwise it might not get drained. And then it needs to refill with burghers, because the burghers are not always going into the Berks, right? We don't see any changes to burghers happening. And there was that one person on Reddit who, like, anecdotally, they gave themselves on the tech and then massive burghers, like, drained. But I think that it's just trying to fill the merc pool. And then once the merc pool is there, it's fine. But using the mercs from your opponent's nationality should then be very advantageous, because you're going to be killing two birds with one stone. Everyone remembers the dinosaurs when they killed lots of birds with many stones. Do we have global... I think we have global trade. Yeah, we have confessionalism embraced. Confessionalism, we got some big text coming on up. Oh my god. I've never seen as overwhelming a poll that I thought was going to go the other way. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I hope the dev cycle slowed down. Really frequent changes, but the Band-Aid on Band-Aid has led to situations where the 3+ country modifiers at the same time fighting each other. Contrary modifiers. Yeah, I mean, like... yeah. I think it's a little bit fast. Been quite ill since... Oh, no! Just, but live on, paracetamol, and ibuprofen. That's a lot of syllables. Medication has so many syllables, dog. That's a bummer. It's no good. Why did you choose the bot market as Fez, capital for Fez? Well, so, been starting to come to this conclusion that market capital should just go on rough terrain. I don't know how long this is going to be the case, because I feel like when I point stuff like this out, it often gets changed. But the terrain cost. So control. Here, let's talk about control easier, because control, we care about proximity, right? And proximity is based on the location that you are going out of. So let's find some place that traces its way through the mountains, maybe. Okay. Actually, it just goes the other way. Look, it doesn't want to go through the mountains at all. Because mountains are really bad for proximity. It doesn't want to trace through these mountains at all. Maybe we can find... Okay. It's based on the location you are exiting. So this segment here, going to mid-elt, we have this plus 50% cost. It's based on where you are exiting. And so you want to have your capital on not rough terrain, because then the exit from your capital is going to not be expensive. Market access is based on where you're entering. And so if we take a look and we go to enter the hills, it also cares about province size, which makes it a little bit more difficult to diagnose. It's going to be 8.69, right? And we are going into a hills province. And then if we take a look at this, this will be cheaper going into a farmlands province, which still has a penalty. But if we take a look at the flatlands province, which may be going to be a little bit more clear than the hills province, it's going to be cheaper. The terrain is easier, and it goes based on the terrain you're going into, not out of. Consequently, if you are on rough terrain, you don't have to pay for entering that rough terrain. So, all other things equal, which they're often not, because you do want to put it on the river fairly often, but all other things equal, you should actually want to put it on rough terrain. We took it off the river, though, so maybe this is a mistake. But we increased market access by quite a bit in these areas to the south. And also now, we're kind of entering this new paradigm, I think, when it comes to market access, where you can get 100% market access in a lot of locations. And so the radius, you're not selecting a dot for your market capital anymore. You're selecting like a radius, because the trade centers give market access. So we still have 100% market access in Fez, right? Because we have this. There's really not stuff on the immediate other side of Fez where we want to have a ton of market access. There's stuff on the immediate other side of Bot that we want a lot of market access. And so that's also why we chose Cordoba over Sevilla. Because even with the market capital of Cordoba, we will be able to get 100% market access in Sevilla. Now, this makes it so that our trades are more expensive, and so I have to learn how to determine the cost of trade, and it might just come down to just doing some trades. Do we have any trades locked in Cordoba? Yeah, so we see that we can at some point move the capital to Sevilla and see the difference in how much trade capacity it takes us to move the same amount of goods, or how many goods we move with a different amount of capacity. I'm not sure exactly how this rolls out. But Cordoba, the idea is to have as much market access as possible, because you don't care about it being a dot anymore, and instead it's a circle. You don't necessarily want the circle overlapping with, like, nothing as much. So with Fez, it was overlapping with this, like, mountain range that we don't care that much about, and we would prefer to move the circle over to the left, right? And for Sevilla, it's overlapping into the ocean, upstream a little bit. Now we get a bit more market access. But I'm not entirely sure about this. I'm trying to experiment with this. So is levy versus regular damage at a point where two different sources of the same modifier that changed per age, but one increased and one decreased, not at the same rate, creates non-linear stats? I suspect many are more radical changes a few past patches have made without fully understanding the systems are at play. Yeah, I'm not as familiar. I'm definitely more familiar with the economics than I am the military stuff, I think. But That's what we did. Now we also slapped down some roads from the same region, and we built like 50 ships. Kind of want to have enough ships that we can have 2 patrolling navies, which is a little bit gratuitous, but really one of the issues is micro, and I don't want to do as much micro. I don't like how expensive making a market is. It's like, what if I want to make a market out here, dog? I don't, but... Well, that's super cheap, because it has, like, no access. That's a bad example, I guess. What do you think the good market centers are for France? Well, I'd have to think a little... Playing as France, I assume. There was a market I liked before around here. A lot of things, a lot of the paradigms have shifted since I last, like, looked at markets. Because this understanding that you, like, wanted your market on rough terrain but still on a river kind of changes things a little bit. Or it doesn't even have to be on a river, it can be near a river. Not having to pay to go through the rough terrain's a little bit attractive. There's some location out here where you want to market, I think. And I think it's possible you want to move your market towards, towards Artois, or, sorry, towards, Brittany. Brittany tends to be a dead zone, and I don't know the best way to handle it, but if you're moving Paris a little bit towards Brittany, like, if you move Paris to here, or to here, that would help out Brittany quite a bit. And then it's like really in the scrum of the farmlands. It doesn't step on Antwerp as much. Antwerp maybe wants to go inland. A big part of it, though, also comes down to, and I don't know the answer to this question, is how much more do trades cost when you move the market capital inland a little bit. But France is like an awkward one because you want another market splitting Paris and Geneva, but you don't really want to make the Paris market a lot smaller. So if you slide the Paris market over, you make the market, or you move Cologne to split over here. It's something like this. Bordeaux maybe goes inland, maybe goes onto this wood. This seems like a relatively good location. Maybe stay on the river, but move it inland slightly. That way you get better coverage over here. Coverage over here tends to be bad. Just like this entire zone is a little bit rough. Hey Elia, how's it going? When culture swapping, what are the benefits and what are the downsides? The benefits of culture swapping are generally ability to form an additional tag to get all their tag. Career run, I'm interested in swapping Japanese, but I don't know what I'll lose and what I'll gain. Don't swap Japanese. Japanese has, like, no unique advances, unless you're planning on staying Japan. But I don't know how that interacts with, like, the shogunate and all Japan's situations, and Japan's definitely a little weird. But, like, Korea, you'd maybe want to swap China. Bordeaux down to San Sebastian, further towards Britain, Norman Coast, New Market, around Grenoble. Let's see where Grenoble is. That sounds about right. But ideally, you don't actually make a new market. You just, not that far down. Because there's, like... This is still, like, a little bit of a dead zone. I guess you could actually... Maybe this is good. This feels like a little bit of a dead zone. I think maybe here would be better. But you're allowing a lot of breathing space. And you're understanding that this is going to be a much smaller market. But I was thinking more along the lines of moving Cologne down to here. Is kind of the idea I really like, because if you control the Antwerp market too, or Bruges market or whatever, then you get nice sized markets, I think, overall. And this market is like an interior market, and the others are coastal markets. I think ideally you actually want to maximize the number of markets that touch the coast. I'm not sure exactly how the mechanics work, though, via trade. Actually, let's take a look. So it takes us... This shows a good amount of multiplier. 1.8 moves... It takes us around 2 capacity to move 1 good from Biana. And here it takes us... Well, let's find out the actual ratio. So... Trade capacity divided by the number of goods. So 1.84 divided by 0.87. So it's 2.11. And then here, 6 divided by 2.11, 2.11, 2.11, 2.11, 2.11, 2.18. So it's actually taking less trade capacity to come out from Biana. And I think that's because we're going through 1, 2, 3 locations. Whereas Cordoba, we're going through 1, 2, 3. Why is this cheaper? Is it a trade wind thing? It's a trade wind thing. I've never noticed that before. That's interesting. But then, goods going in the other direction will favor Cordoba. But let's see Lisbon. Let's see Paul Allen's. So Lisbon is almost a 1-to-1 ratio. So I think this is because this is on the coast. So this is maybe the issue with Cordoba. Right? This is maybe the issue with Cordoba and kind of what I wanted to test. Is this because this is coastal? If so, by God, we want every single market on the coast. And we want to differentiate just coastal markets versus non-coastal markets. Like markets that just have to be interior by the nature of the market and otherwise. Does it take in topography advantage in rivers for market X? It cares about location size, which is completely opaque. There's like a development map mode for it if you're in debug mode, but you can't see it otherwise. But other than that, it only cares about rivers or roads. Which is why we have some of the roads constructing here. Those roads are for market access, not for proximity. I was doing French topography in my head. My further south sounds good. It would be help to eat into the Alps into Spain, but if you're more northern oriented, France, you probably want something different. In reference to the poll, I'd imagine people, for most people, it's not about liking you, but watching you to understand the game. That's fair. How do you become Navarra? You get their culture as your primary culture. You move your capital into, like, one of these Naravan, whatever the word is, locations, and then you can form Navarra. Sevilla would be probably closer to the northern market, right? I don't know. Would have to. Here, look. So what was it? 2.18 was how much it cost before. We're not keeping this market here, so that's why we say 2.18. And this will make, wow, these guys didn't spaz out and make a new market. It's crazy. Okay. When is it gonna rethink? Maybe we need to make a new one. So let's go Mayapan to here. Maybe it needs to rethink. So it's going to rethink, calculate how many goods we're going to move. It was 2.18 was the ratio before. Wow. Okay. So 6 over 2.61. It's more expensive. Is that because this has a shit harbor? It's probably because it has a bad harbor. I really wish the AI or the UI was a lot more transparent in this regard. It's a little bit difficult figuring this out, I guess. Correct, old situation 2.18. Well, now it costs more, moving it closer to the coast. So having it on the coast is not some great boon, necessarily, I guess. I do know the edge of your market has to be touching the coast. If the edge of your market is not touching the coast, you get, like, apocalypse, like, terrible trade capacity. If you're naval, which we are. So we really don't want a central market here. Whereas, like, France, that's kind of what we're talking about, is we have to, like, have a concession of having one market in the middle, and it's just gonna not be that good, or you don't, or you're just like, you know what, it's all coast, we don't want a market not touching the coast, and we just could resign ourselves to having it, like, you delete Cologne and you move Nuremberg over here or something. Like, the numbers, I wish it was more transparent. It has to be the harbor capacity, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? Or it just doesn't care at all, as long as you're touching the coast. But I know that's not the case. I know that if you have the Niani market and you move the Niani market, or you make a new market way over here. Oh, maybe it's make a new market way over there. You could trade with Sevilla, but you can't trade with Sevilla from the Niani market, despite having locations this far within your market, like normal. Like I think Nadar is the location that is perfectly as close as possible to Niani, while simultaneously being able to barely range Sevilla. Or Lisbon, rather. Have you tested vassalizing market centers and then diverting trade to yourself? Well, the issue is not your interaction with your vassal, it's your other vassal's interaction with your vassal. That's like the big problem. Because your other vassals don't use their territory as much. Once we get Sevilla, we could try that test again with Sevilla. I feel like I messed it up somehow, though. That was really not intuitive, that moving it onto the coast over here was going to be bad. Maybe that's because it was in... I assume that it cares about the exiting costs, but, like, when you do this, and you look at the markets, and you, like, click on some stuff, or you click on the Cordoba market, like, this doesn't tell you information that's, like... has to do with the cost of going through. I feel like it should. Feels a bit stupid that Mali can't trade with Portugal or Spain from Niani. Yeah. Maybe if you push naval it can. I've never tried pushing naval as Mali. But okay, this annexation comes through. Let's get our market village down. I think they were urbanizing that, so it breaks the market village. And we have lumber, copper, and lead, so gonna be really nice for guns, actually. We'll maybe try and do a little bit more detail on some of this stuff. Do we have good harbors? We do. We have the wheat urbanized. We don't necessarily want the wheat urbanized. We definitely want the salt urbanized. I'm pretty sure we want the fish urbanized. They're going to have an advantage. Gunsmith. I think there's a PM that uses lead and... Yeah, so one PM uses copper, one PM uses lead. So we're going to build one gunsmith and put it on auto-expand. And then... there are also other PMs, yeah. Not too many PMs have both copper and wood. So we'll put Naval Supplies Guild, we'll put this on auto-expand, but we saw that wasn't profitable, so it's unlikely to auto-expand very much. And then we have the alum. So we'll give this guy already has it. We'll put it on I think that, So generally we're going to want to put more stuff closer to the coast and keep more rural stuff, here, what's the population here? We will want to have more a rural interior, because the interior is going to just generally have more poor market access. So since this is on the coast, it's probably going to just net have better market access. I think we could probably keep this urban, given the amount of food that, like, we have enormous amounts of food within these markets, and generally it's not an issue as much. So we'll put this on auto-expand as well. And so they'll each have one industry they'll auto-expand into. Lumber's nice for rural stuff, generally. And I think we want to keep these 4 rural, so we could also get something going there. They don't really have very high populations, though, so they can't really support too much stuff. They really aren't going to support much more than their RGO. So, I think we keep that B for now. Other than, the only thing I can think of, actually, is... there's maybe an argument, actually, for keeping the wheat rural because farming villages? No, we could just build granaries either way. Never mind. For a little bit of population growth on these. And then wherever, yeah, the food is getting from this location is getting sent, or from this province is getting sent to Cordoba. Have we won EU5 yet? We're trying. What is this auto-expand button? This is a mod. This is a mod we have installed that we're kind of testing around with a little bit. This is like the one feature I really, really want to make it into vanilla. I'm not sure how good it works, though. Is it worthless to have harbor capacity above 100%? No, because harbor capacity only gives 75% of its value to proximity calculation. So here we have actual harbor capacity of 98%. And then you can see that the amount that it is affecting is only 73%. But once you get proximity down to 0.01, yeah, extra harbor capacity is not Useful, I don't think. We're starting to suspect it might affect trades, though. Coming out of the region. Maybe we could test our market idea with the bot market, actually. We see it's going out of Saleh. It's one of our big ones. Okay, bot is importing 44 44 capacity divided by 40.85 goods. It's spending 1.09 trade per capacity. Let's see, and it's going through Saleh. So let's see what happens if we move the market capital to Saleh. Actually. So 1.0947. It looks like it's moving more goods. Right? 1.097 versus this new value, 974. $1.060. So the trade capacity is better. Do we want the capital, trade capital into there then? See, the thing is, Fez has got worse market access now. I'm not sure we do... $1.094 divided by 1.06. So it's 3.2%. We're getting 103% of the trade capacity we were otherwise moving the capital, trade capital to Saleh. Which kind of achieves our overall goals. I mean, Fez, we would need another 7 merchant quarters to max out their thing. And we have worse market access pretty much everywhere relative to bot. Like, bot's just better from a market access perspective, so we would produce more goods. But producing less goods is not as big a deal as being less efficient. So... is it worth, yeah. The more you urbanize, the more food you need, yeah. I don't know, what do we think, chat? Is it bot or Saleh? Which this implies that, okay, maybe Sevilla makes more sense. But Sevilla, I think, is kind of like this Cordoba business. Well, a lot of these. The thing is, it's not like we have a lot of production past this line, so it kind of doesn't matter there. And bot does go through fewer locations to like these two, but that's kind of most of it. Someone gifted you a sub yesterday? Hell yeah, brother. Is it viable to have two markets in Morocco, one in north, one south? Yeah, but since this is like kind of our primary market, I don't think we want to do that. We're gonna have these markets play a supporting role. Also, you need to have woods, forest, jungle, or farmland to be able to build lumber mills, and you basically can't build lumber mills in the south, so you can never collapse the price of wood. I was thinking of putting a market like down here, though, for all this, but then I was like, well, you know, kind of want to be close to the coast for purposes of trading, so then I was like, okay. You like the marginal production is more important than the amount traded in efficiency? I do like that bot doesn't have to pay to go through the most expensive province here. Because there's no other dual type province. I think I like bot, but it's kind of... You only get 98% of the trades. I think I like bot as well. We'll have to do this test with Sevilla's, you know, taking a look. In theory, Cordoba's just wrong, though. Like, we should try and do rougher terrain if we can. Cordoba's right here. Maybe it's fine. But, like, we could do, like, this woodland instead. We thought about putting it here. A little bit marginal. The flat conversion speed is going to go hard when we flip to San Jiao, which is still the plan. Although flipping Catholic's more reasonable than it was before. Well, I mean, it's never been reasonable, but... You wouldn't say Helena for, like, the extra range. This is nice that we have these characters, because this is, despite evidence to the contrary, that is a trait, an admiral trait. For the purposes of, that is an admiral trait. Oh, this market I don't think is going to be able to cut it. Unfortunately, yeah, we're going to have to wait for one of these colonies to finish. I don't want to pay for a town. We're thinking that the colony is going to stall out. Or the exploration, yeah, is going to stall out. It needs cloth and liquor, and unfortunately, exploration is haram, so we can't just export liquor this way, so we have to be able to produce it locally within the market. Yeah, exploration is haram. You heard it here first. So, in order to produce liquor, we need a town. Therefore, we take naval hedge from them. think we're having a little bit of trouble here. Getting enough, juice. Let's go Caravel and build a couple. Alright, unfortunately I don't think we can get it done with the cultural investment. I don't think we're getting to plus 50. We have to, we are no longer in the range we could roll a plus 5 event. We should probably make sure that we explore a lot because we have to take everything off of Castile in order to annex all of their subjects. The clergy we want to be weaker because I think it determines what characters we roll, and they will primarily be characters. They will roll proportionally with power, it seems. I'm not 100% sure, this just seems to be the effect. And it seems like a reasonable effect, but we want better non-clergy characters because we can't roll... We can't put clergy in charge of navies or armies, and this is how we determine who's going to be our heir. We have this guy coming in as our heir right now, but... Which means we would love for our ruler to die, which is why we have our ruler in charge of the navy. Yeah, since we have Africa, we cannot do the things. We're just going to form a new colonial subject every time. Because as much as this leads to, like, border gore I don't like, I'm pretty sure it's better. We're doing it from the other market, because this market we know has enough guys to support it. Power projection's gonna be nice. Gov reform, we have a gov reform coming up. We also have a gov reform we can slot out, or afford to. Garrison system's kind of a meme. I'm not sure it's actually worth the gov reform, but with it we can get up to minus 100 cost. I think administration of shipyards might be it, but administration of clerical lands also would make a lot of sense. Oh, just kidding. I forgot, we're Iberian. We're gonna go School of First Letters. I forget what unlocks this. This is an Iberian gov reform. Don't try looking for it if you're not Iberian. You can't sit with us if you're not Iberian, but this one is pretty nice. You can't sit with us. Super Willis, thank you for following. Big nice. Do you need to click an additional time when building ships at a location when already building one? It's not like an additional time. I don't know what it is. Like, the UI... I don't like it. You have to, like, click hard, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. Like, if you click too I don't know how to describe it. It feels like you have to click hard. I'm probably just not navigating the UI correctly. Holy, what is that? That is, you can't sit with us, .gov reform. Your fort cost is already crazy low? Yeah, but we're building forts, we're overbuilding forts for, like, we're doing this for economic stimulus. Because our fort cost is cheaper than, our fort maintenance is, like, minus 91%. So, our forts are economic buildings. I think monthly literacy and max literacy are almost as strong as control. I think that's heresy, but, they're definitely good. I think flat control is kind of like the strongest modifier in the game. We're trying to preserve our prestige a little bit still. I don't think this guy has... yeah. What are our other options here? I don't think you can get double dev, guys. I don't think that's how that works. Okay, have we maxed out plutocracy? We have. If we had not maxed out plutocracy, we would appoint specifically, like, a member of the burghers, but we have, so we don't have to worry about that. Other than Inca, I also love dev modifiers. Yeah, dev modifiers are good. They take a while to... Dev modifiers are hard to evaluate, because, like, if your campaigns are done by 1500, they're actually, like, a lot weaker. But... if you, like, in theory, if you play longer, like, we have Italy level dev. Like, Sevilla's gonna hit 100, before the end of the game. Largely because of Islamic missionaries, but... I don't know if Islamic missionaries gets bricked when we annex it. If we do, then maybe we don't even want to annex them, actually, to be honest. No, well, it's gonna get capped by the end of the game. Yeah. Okay. We're a little bit stronger than them. We do want to reinforce fully, because kind of expecting the Papal States to deck us again. Although it's getting easier and easier. We actually don't want to be hedged while we're paying for this. We collected all the Dragon Balls, boys. We collected all the Dragon Balls. What happened to Boho? Actually. Well, if we're hanging on by a thread on the war score cost, maybe we should build more military. The thing is, I think we're going to lose that mid-war at a fairly decent frequency. If we want to add military, that'll be good. Decent procs on Cordoba here. This is really coming along, actually. I really like where the capital is. Or, like, we want the capital of North Africa so we can get the slave raiding tech. And given it is North Africa, this just actually seems really, really strong in terms of location. Or it seems like not too many other options. Dang it, Chad, he hates me because I'm not Iberian. I guess I'll get sit back at the African table. You're not gonna bait me into telling you to sit at the African table. You're not gonna do it. That seems somehow really offensive. You can't sit with us. To be fair, we're sitting at the African table right now. It doesn't, but we have the Iberian culture. That was capped at 100. They should change that. If province get to 100, it should let you carry on. I think I'd be okay with that. The war score cost is worth buckets and ducats. True. How do you invite a specific scholar? I want to go a bit leaky, but it never shows. It's bad RNG. Part of it's RNG. Sometimes they have a requirement in terms of... None of these guys have it. They can't be working in the cabinet, and they also have a requirement Man, I just want to say you can't sit with us so bad. You can't sit with us. They also, a lot of them require a particular push, either towards mysticism or jurisprudence. So you have to have that. You know what's one thing that's kind of nice about this Thunderdome AI? Is that, alright, so now, this guy's within the market, right? And he didn't make a new market, so that's kind of fine. It kind of sucks, because he probably should have, but, mashallah, exploration's no longer haram. We can build alcohol here. We also need cloth. Oh, I'm also a silly Billy. This was part of this thing the entire time, so we should have built that over here, actually. Here, we'll build the Spinners Guild there. Ugh. Alright, we want more dev at the capital. Sponsor university. I don't think it gives us research. It gives us % research progress. Don't think we care about mercenary zeal. I actually kind of actively dislike it. It's probably increased ties to subjects. Because we only want 100 support max. Additional taxes. Commoners be big pissed. We do want outward. We have a little bit of a choice. We can give this to the nobility because we're trying to roll outward. We do make a decent amount of money off the nobility, so it's kind of expensive. But I don't think we utilize their max tax very often. Alright, alright. Sure, we don't want to lose the Diplo rep here. I'm so glad that's capped though and like scales with man, we're making so much ducats. Buckets. It's satire because of how the UN treats African nations, actually. Yeah. Something like that. Is it... is satire even the right word? Is social critique? Satire is probably the right word. So you think it's best to go one province per colonial nation? Yeah. So like this guy will be the little wait, no. This guy will be the little wait. This guy will be the little colony that could. Okay, the thing is they very often will use dev province, and if you have a bunch of one province guys that are using dev province, they'll get a bunch more flat progress. And colonial heritage, to be fair, it's like less important because they all get colonial heritage, which gives them like as much flat dev as dev provincing, but this place started with 5 dev. Now we're here. Now it has 13 dev. You know what I mean? And this is the value of colonies is the RGOs. RGOs scale in 2 ways, right? Development and pops. That's why the pop growth and the development is so important in colonies. That's like where the juice is, because you get it from like trading with them, right? Because you're not getting income based on their income, you're getting income based on trade. You don't want to trade a bunch of finished goods with them, so, you know. And this is going to give them burger literacy. And the burger literacy will increase the percentage dev. And the percentage dev is really valuable, right? Because of how these guys are scaling. Although I think they delete some of these market villages. I really wish they never ever would delete the AI doesn't think about the fact that we're getting burger literacy unlocked by having a market village, so they'll delete them. But they are just like stone, like hyper useful to them. But this is like an example of, I think, some of the more tedious building that like is still like actually really smart to do. And then we'll come in and we'll also infrastructure buildings. The population will also be very useful. We probably are also under like doing the slavery stuff right now. Unfortunately, the AI closes settlements a lot. It's really kind of annoying. I think colonies do it a little bit less, but if they keep them open, it is a ton of pop growth. Ooh, wonder who's colonizing this. Barca? No. They became the really big one. But unfortunately, the shift-click button doesn't work for like subjects, even if you filter it so subjects appear, which is kind of a little bit annoying. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, because that would save us a whole lot of time. We could also scroll through, but scrolling through is a different type of tedious. But the amount of population growth you get from that is insane. And we can take a look at what our trades look like here. Last episode, Triangle Trade did activate, so these guys are pulling in a bunch of slaves without us having to actively do it. And so this actually is going to be like the only time that the slave centers are going to be any good. Not sure exactly how it works with vassals. Pretty sure they just close the save centers. But the thing is these guys will be a theocracy just like us, I believe, because we release them as vassal. What's your... It's a fiefdom. Oh, their religion's Geno. So then they won't take, Looks like they're still building slave centers, but they're not going to produce any slaves out of them. They're just going to produce the trade good. They can't produce slaves out of here if they're all their accepted religion. Oh, they will enslave some of the Sunni pops, but those can't go to our colonies. Although they'll go to our colonies and be freed immediately. Is there a way for us to force his religion? Yeah, because we want him to enslave, well, maybe that's a little bit risky. We want him to enslave the indigenous people. AI shouldn't be allowed to delete overlord buildings. Yeah, but... I don't know, it seems like there's a lot going on with that, like, sentiment, right? But probably not. That's like a kind of rule that, like, it sounds good in an immediate sense, but, like, it seems really kind of open for exploitation. You know what I mean? Kind of don't like that this is consuming manpower over, some of these guys, but... Wish we could put go home at time of war on these guys. They haven't added that, have they? No. We can't just tell them to patrol just that one location, though, I guess. And then they'll go back to repair, which is at least something. Wait, what is this? The AI being a little bit special. Alright, we don't need you there. I actually kind of need you here. To get this up. Oh my god. Right as this guy... Right as the truce comes up. I mean, this is kind of sweet, but this is also really rough. All right, we have 40k troops though, so a little bit different than last time where we were just completely beleaguered. I think we might start adding cannons to some of these, like extra cannons. Okay, where's the war goal? Truss. I think that's up and to the left a little bit. Yeah. We'll go for it immediately. And then we will brave the mercenary thing. Alright, so a lot of these top guys are gonna be like Egypt or something. Where are you getting hired into, bro? Okay. We don't want any footmen. I think we want high-speed cavalry. So as many lancers as possible. Maybe make it a little bit less and add some halberdiers. Little 5k bink. And I think what we'll do is we'll have most of our stacks operate against Castile. Kind of at this opening salvo. And then try and finish off Castile's war early or quickly, and then divert our attention to the Papal States and their ridiculous crusade, the Third Crusade, to take a location that we don't own. So, is it a bugged war goal yet? Yeah, it is. But you know, honestly, this bugged war goal is making this run more interesting. So I kind of don't hate it. I mean, like, on one hand, like, if we hyper-focused on it, it is frustrating because it stymies our goals very significantly, but, like, because we have to fight hellish wars where we basically can't take anything unless we just, like, completely dominate the entire continent, and we started out as Granada, bro. But, like, honestly, like, that's gonna make this campaign fun to, like, way later in the game than we're normally, like, than we're used to playing, so. Low-key kind of fine. Like, I was thinking about making a video about this, but, like, kind of just enjoying the fact that, like, the AI is hyper-aggressive and, like, some of the bullshit's actually kind of nice. Like, this is absolutely kind of crazy, but, may I ask what your professional ideal professional army is? It depends. Oh, hey, Doomed Consume. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I'm generally behind on chat a little bit. How you doing? It has been a while. Aren't they so underdeveloped that finished goods actually don't matter to them? Kind of. Eventually they get enough dev that it does matter in regards to the colonies. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce, chat. But it does start mattering. 20 is a really important breakpoint. This guy's already 1/3 the way there, you know? This guy is, like, halfway there. In terms of his pops demanding it. There's really not a lot of pops, but ideally we would want to ship them the finished goods. And that's where, like, it kind of breaks down a little bit, because they're going to always, like, interiorly, like, be better at producing the goods than we are at shipping them the goods, and so, yeah. Would you be making a colony guide anytime soon? I think I'm going to work on that tomorrow. Are you trying to start Disney World? We already did. I think there should be a subject-only tag for the UI, so you can auto-build in them. I agree. Open for exploitation. Have you seen Spiffing Brit's newest video on Japan? No, I've not. What's the premise? Maybe name the fleet send home during time of war. It's like... But it's like all the fleets that we want to have set to this. Is the issue. Wasn't our ruler in charge of this? Yeah, let's do this. And then... we're gonna have him just kind of do his thing here. And see if that could kind of defend everything. This one should have a proper rule goal because it isn't a crusade. Isn't it a crusade? Is it not a crusade? I mean, the point is the capital. The point is the capital's outside. Sorry, the capital's not outside. That's the car. Here's our tax base. The person who asked. I don't hate it, Bug. It's pretty insightful. Final boss, the Pope. Dude left the chat. Yeah, I figured she did. I figured she left the chat. 10 minutes to get a response from a streamer? I ain't waiting for that shit. Also, I don't think she's, like, ever, like, hung out for a very extended period of time in the chat. She just likes to say hi. Well, just, yeah. Yep. You could tell her I say hi. I had said hi, though. It's an event when playing against Japan after a year that releases Pirate Nation. He ends up with 100+ income after 3 years. The whole thing is bugged. An OLM Pirate Nation. Everything about, like, Japan, like, honestly feels scuffed. Oh, hey! Thank you for the 9 months, Yankees fan. You should play Ethiopia? We should play Ethiopia. Honestly, I wouldn't mind an Ethiopia run. It's just actually is very similar to Kilwa, so I can't do Kilwa into it, but Ethiopia's sweet. I like Ethiopia. Oh, so it begins. Our navies will start getting bopped. Maybe we should set this guy on hunt rather than patrol. Where's our big-ass fleet? Didn't we? Yeah, we have a hotkey for it. I gotta get better at using control groups, honestly. No, we don't wanna... We wanna hunt navies. Like this, maybe? Gonna work? I like Japan in 53, it's fun. Yeah, like, I feel like... Japan being scuffed on releases so feels bad, man, because I feel like so many people play it, but maybe this is just like my Vic 3 brain, where it's like really popular in Vic 3, but that doesn't necessarily translate. That was an interesting move by France, I guess. We're getting +3 here, so... I think we want to assault this if they didn't leave behind guys. They left behind guys. I don't know if assault is better. We don't want to get trapped on the +3. But that exhausted a lot of our mercs. Can we detach? I don't think I have a hotkey for detached mercenaries. Maybe we should. Let's head back this way. What's the fort situation look like in Spain? I want to play Boho too, but it's comically broken with the Hussite wars are so easy, which is ahistorical. The wars should fuck them. I don't know as much about the Hussite wars, so I'd have to look it up a little bit. I guess I gotta really work on Slider on the profitability of my buildings. Don't know how you make 1.5k with such a big tax base. Oh, bro, it's like low right now. You caught me on a bad day. We are only paying for this Slider because we want to get to 50 prestige. And there's an event that's bad. Theocracy, like, we don't even have to really pay for this Slider. And then food, what's that? Don't pay for it. No, you should pay for food. But like stab slider, we also don't really need to actually, let's actually decrease this. Like this is more where we should be. But like, I think it's because we might be getting a little bit more from this than you. Unfortunately, this button breaks sometimes. I don't really like that. I'm not a fan of that. Oh, also we have the Parliament tax, I think, right now. We have Parliament approved taxes. Don't compare yourself to that. Parliament approved taxes is insane. Found any 100, 100, 100 heirs yet? No. Not yet. We have a really baller heir, though. Mr. Slinky. This guy's really good. I was listening through his phone. Got some work chats. I hope you conquer the world. We won't play that long. We can try, though. It's a lot of clicking. The world's big. Is it the same war from yesterday? Oh, it's yes and no. It's the same war, but it's a different one. This is the third time we fought the nonsense crusade where there's no war goals, so we can't really win anything. When he doesn't have a hotkey for something, I don't have as much of the military stuff hotkeyed as I should. And if I want to play MP against like the people who like actually can click buttons on like, you know, my I'm not very good at clicking the buttons, you know what I mean? He's kind of okay for an explorer. Do we want to pay 2k for an explorer? I guess we will. Let's do this. Let's send him out. We should have checked his age first. I think they're usually young, though, when you roll them. This guy, in fact, cannot sit with us. That leaves us very close to the prestige here. And then let's take that guy out. I think he's on a +3, so that's, that should be pretty straightforward for us winning. The population of Boho nearly halved during the Hussite War, most of that due to famine. Well, I think food should be more of an issue. I think I'm on board with that. I suggest using cabinet actions for stabilizing a country and strengthening gov. It gives you a lot of money saved. This is also true. This is also true. We are currently using stabilized government cab action. It scales and gets stronger and stronger the bigger you get. All the national type things scale and get stronger the bigger you are. I think we're gonna embrace this just for the research speed at this point, even though we're not utilizing it. One downside of like embracing artillery though is like Mali, for example, will get the institution easier because we'll spread it better, but I think they're already kind of, I think that ship has sailed. That boat has left the harbor. They're already doing alright because of that. What are we forgetting? That's what we're forgetting. We're forgetting that you can't sit with us, gov reform. Colony guide would be great, I can't find one. At risk of undermining myself, I do believe... Actually, I don't think it undermines myself. Schleiwick posted some sort of guide, and so, even though I'm going to do a colonization guide, I haven't looked at his guide, but I think Schleiwick generally understands the game and is generally good stuff, so I would check his out, would be my recommendation. What's the considerations for flipping Sanji out? Memes. Staying Sunni is probably better. Staying Sunni is almost certainly better because the biggest benefit of Sanjiao is legitimacy bonus, but we're not monarchy, so we're the wrong government type. Yeah. You wouldn't need to click any buttons except for paying them off. I feel like you would be economically stronger than most MP players. Maybe. I don't know. The thing is almost everyone could just like replicate what I do and just like watch what I do and figure it out. But we are going to do this. The School of First Letters. You can't sit with us. Government reform. So good. No way we're losing this, is there? No, we're crushing. But unfortunately our centers didn't get the memo actually, maybe. Luckily their center's kinda weak too. Oh god. I think we still win it, but yeah, their left at least collapses before our center does. Currently playing as Mali. You can even trade with Morocco day 1 now. I didn't even get any difficulty. The institutions, printing press, spawned in Mali. In our Mali run, where like half the run got deleted, this was like such a big pain in the ass. Okay, as soon as there's a second guy here, we probably have to just retreat. Kind of unfortunate. We're not that close to a month tick. Let's detach mercenaries. Consolidate these guys. And then get back in there. Hopefully the fronts don't saturate funny again. Because we had plenty of guys, it's just one of our like flanks was empty, so we had to like get out of there. Oh, here we don't have plenty of guys. I can't believe we're losing a +3 here. They haven't embraced... Have they embraced artillery? Oh, I hate how you can't be in the institution map mode when you try and hover this to see what's going on. Oh, maybe they've embraced artillery. Oh, if they have a unit advantage on us, that's real bad. That's 50,000 troops though, goddamn, dude. I mean, right now we're 2-to-1ing them, but I don't know if that's good enough. We have more discipline than them. We have more morale, we have better tactics. Our leader's kind of shit. I watch MP players, I highly doubt they watch you. A few of them would be able to fix their eco when it falls off. A few of them are able to fix their eco. That seems crazy to me. Maybe I'm just so outside, like, their reality. Oh yeah, maybe I'm just like lost touch. Is this a retreat? This might be just another retreat. God, that kind of sucks. Is it because we don't have experience and they do? Maybe that's it. Alright, let's see where this guy gets spit out. Okay, we could hire him here. I don't think we need the arquebusier. Okay, we get the occupation there. This guy can siege just fine. We don't really want him for fighting. Because he got no cav, but... Sevilla is annexed. With Sevilla annexed... We will stop assimilating Valencia. Start it assimilating here. Oh, you know what? So, a lot of the cabinet actions apply on a per area basis. I actually think that this is one of the biggest and best areas to use some stuff on. We could use... once we get one more cabinet action, I think we're going to increase the harbor capacity in this region. We're gonna send this guy over here to start, like, helping with the fighting. Actually, we're gonna send him here, and then we're gonna shift this guy over. And then... we're gonna merge... oh, wait. We're gonna do some things. We're gonna attach the mercs. I think the 6K stack is our regulars. The 7.3K stack is the regulars. Just kidding. Well, we know the regulars has the cannons, so this... we can't consolidate the mercs anymore. Alright, fair enough. So we will get these 2 stacks. It is January, so it's not going to get any colder. He said famously before punting his army into the mountains in winter. These guys actually decently strong, they're just not helping us out. Maybe that's the case. Change to better general? I don't think we have better generals. Yeah, we kind of have shit for generals. Because most of our characters are clergy. And while making a man a knight makes him a better fighter, making him Mr. Clergyman does not. I wish there was... Navy feels like kind of unfun to engage with, in the sense that, like, we're just sending this guy to patrol. And I feel like we're getting wrecked by the AI because we're, like, not properly, like, microing it. Because we have a stronger Navy than anyone else. But I guess we're defending our coastline, kind of? I don't know. We're gonna send these guys back out. But, like, we have them set to defend the coast, and then we just get, like, wrecked on the coast, I feel like. Okay, I mean, he has 100, 183 absolute Chad Lord. But, yeah, his fronts are getting wrecked. But he gets reinforced, and this is maybe gonna look bad for us. Did you pick Navarra for the color? No, we picked it for the advances. Also, the extremely slow monthly ticks are so bad I have a strong PC. For just in general, or for multiplayer? I found an issue with attaching units. Some units will move faster than others, so they don't enter at the same location. Yeah, unit speed is affected by general. I watched your video on the balance of the AI, and I disagree with you all the time. First of all, I think the start date is too far back, and they should. And I know there's no way to change it. Yeah, I mean, the start date's not going to change at this point. Also, I like the start date earlier on. I think the start date's more dynamic. I'm, like, not super die on this hill about it, though. We're gonna have to retreat, because unfortunately, our boxes... Our boxes, no! We had no one in the center box anymore, so... that was gonna be an issue. Actually, let's do this and then free up Leon. Maybe we should just avoid the +3. I think if we're losing the +3, we've maybe lost the plot, though. We're maybe in trouble if we're losing on the +3. Wait, is it... This guy's just asking to get stack wiped, though, isn't he? I understand that these guys are nearby and able to reinforce, but this just seems good for us. Seems good. At least this time we have our better general in. Maybe with the +3s here, we can get some work done. I don't know. We haven't... I don't think we had to fight Poland before, and now we're having to fight Poland, and we're not liking it. We're not enjoying having to fight Poland here. Oh my god. And it does it... If these cav all split left and right, I'm gonna freaking lose my head. They're just like not going to the center. What the hell, dude? They're just all saturating left and right. There's +41 here. And this is worse on the flanks. Alright. We have to split our navy up somehow. This isn't working. And we're losing boats too. Is it because we're not rebalanced? God damn, dude. We just have to manually rebalance, I guess. The fleet all the time. Not exactly what we wanted, but I don't think this is terrible. Maybe it is terrible. Get a good leader here, but we're not doing too hot. Actually, well, we're saturating fronts better than them. They don't have very much cavalry, so the combat speed's actually coming into play here. Normally it doesn't. So maybe actually this is what we need to care about, because they have a ton of infantry. So they're really bad at saturating this line here. Do you have any infantry left? Looks like you need to reorganize your army. We have some, not a lot though. But if this guy's just single filing, the problem is really that like our center's not getting reinforced properly. Like repeatedly. I don't know there's probably a way to fix this, I just don't know what it is. Yeah, they're gonna lose this battle. Nice that our general also gets a trait here. I could set this guy to auto find guys and bop them. Maybe that'd be a little bit better, because I kind of want him to chase down this army, but... Actually, could probably just do this, and he'll figure it out. We just gotta pay attention to the pop-ups. Do need to make sure that we keep exploring. Because eventually we're going to get to the point where if we might be unable to annex Castile if they know of a location we don't. Okay, so we lost that though. How did we lose that? Okay, what do you have here? They have some light ships and they have some heavies. We have mono heavies. We should just dumpster them. Why are we losing fights with our navy? Okay, so we win this one. Let's go back and repair. It should just be like an absolute slaughter. Alright. England has no food supplies, so they're just gonna die on their own. Unfortunately, this guy is making progress, but he has, like, other forts to go through here. We just have to make sure that this subject is loyal so they won't separate peace, and they are super loyal. Might be able to peace out Poland for money, this is true. Just play on speed 1. Far right cavalry? Wait, do we have these guys organized funny? I thought we reorganized the stacks. No, they're like... I mean, they're... A lot of it's in reserves now at this point. Detach. Consolidate. Okay, one of our sieges finished. Which one was it? This one. And then someone suggested we try and piece out specifically Poland. Poland's got the god general himself, so Poland would be the one to piece out. I don't think they're gonna be into too much. They'd love to humiliate us, I guess. I mean, could we just give them gobs of money? But yeah, I don't want to spend 16k ducats to piece them out. It's a +2. +2 is probably okay for us. Biggest Intellectus. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Too much micros required from the Navy. Naval's not balanced for the player. Yeah, I mean, the AI is just... It's not that the AI is necessarily better at it. It's just like, I feel like I have to watch this way too closely. Like, trying to maintain my maritime presence, like, is just, like, feels really awful. Which, to some extent, it should, but also we have, by far, the strongest Navy. And so the fact that this is really difficult to project against the AI... Poland has 100 ships? What the hell? Just feels a little bit rough. Alright. I think if we made this one stack, it would be better, but we have different sized stacks here, so I kind of don't want to do that. They released this siege, so... If we retreat now, this kind of accomplished some good here. But, like, look at this! Bro, there's 16k on this flank. And there's 600 on these two flanks. And so... Is this a right section chance just actually is the best modifier in the game type of thing? Were we so wrong for so long? Yeah, I'm gonna retreat here. in the face of this stack is too much. I feel like we're generally trading up. I guess we're not. We have more casualties than they do. We still have most of our military actually not fighting this war. We could oversaturate. Poland has levy ships. Do you have coastal forts? I haven't turned into this run at all. 20k into 100k. Yeah, but it's the numbers are less important than the fronts, right? The halberdiers aren't really getting in. Let's actually move all these guys to the center and try this again. Actually, let's move them all to the center and move a bunch of cav to the flanks. I hope this doesn't work very well. I don't want reorganizing like this to be like, oh, did you reorganize your armies? No, you didn't, idiot. Yeah, so these guys, I think it was the other army that had most of the infantry that were in the center, so it didn't even matter because we needed to make sure the other army made contact first. We're losing more than we're gaining here, but we are bricking all their sieges because they're stopping all these sieges just to try and fight us. Also, you fill out one flank with full heavy cav and you win these. Maybe? I'm not sure about that. I feel like we have gotten mono cav on one front and definitely lost some battles, so... This is a much more even saturation. So we're getting like 3 to 4 to 1 on our like die bonus basically. Also helps that we have a better general. Alright, so now we have plus 28 on one flank, and then, like, this emptiness. To be fair, he has a similar thing on the right flank, right? But we're done saturating. He's still got some saturation to go, so he can bring more guys to bear. So now we start getting it mixed in. So maybe we win this one. With a little bit of extra help from that army that was fighting Spain before. Oh, please saturate this. No, don't. Oh. I mean, we might win on the right. The problem is the right's now all cannons, which I don't even think get a flanking bonus. Call it ambulance, but for us. It looks like we win this, but just kind of barely. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's siege Valladolid. Actually, let's go after this army that's gonna unsiege things. I think we're gonna wait for the month tick here. And then go after France's or England's army here. We have a lot of fort defense of this type of modifiers. We don't have coastal fort tech though. It's the early arquebusiers that's screwing you over. They're far worse than the halberdiers in even fights. That does make sense. We didn't want to. Why didn't we research the halberdiers? I think it's because the place the arquebusiers was in on the tree was a lot more convenient. Yeah, I think we just went this, and then we went to research other stuff. I'm not going to research halberdiers now, though. Especially once you, like, saturating the front is not, like, ever the issue. Like, when that's the issue, the arquebusiers could actually be useful, but, like, initiative hasn't been good for a while. Our cannon's really bad after the artillery phase. I mean, they're bad once they get on the front. And the thing is they're getting on the front when we have these massive boxes that... They're getting on the front more often than they should when they're the only option to get on the front. Because everyone is overstacked some other box. In theory, the early arquebusiers have the nice benefit of, by having high initiative, they decrease like the chance of cannons saturating the front, for example. But then this happens, right? So now the cannons are the only options. So after the center clears out, because there's no one in, like, you know, like, it being plus 35 on the right is the issue. Because now it's gonna be just cannons left. Yeah, Beardon's fallen. It has. So we're gonna have to retreat as soon as our center starts failing here, which has only got 800 guys left in it. Oh, the best building in the game. Like... Yeah, so now we don't have enough saturation in the center. So let's retreat. I think we're still trading relatively well. We're not. We have a good chunk of manpower and manpower income. I mean, maybe have more income than they do. Also, obviously, things improve once we finish the second war. We can merc up even more. But just really having saturation issues. Currently the bombard phase is only somehow 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, the cannons were super OP and then they got nerfed. Parliament in general seems incomplete and unfinished. I expect to see improvements. A little odd playing with the Parliament in all nations. Well, it's not called Parliament everywhere, but yeah. Where's our unpause button? There we go. Where's my snare? Is Supreme that good? I only glanced over it. Well, it's minus 5% procs cost and 10% crown power on one building. So it's almost like 2 techs worth of tech and of decent techs in 1 tech. Definitely really good. I find it funny imagining Mongol hordes gathering nobility, peasants, church, and burghers in a tent and having a parliament. To be fair, they don't start off with that type of parliament, huh? Alright. So we're gonna peel a month tick, but I don't even know if we win this. Are we supposed to base race them somehow? Maybe we're supposed to base race them. Base race is nice because we have slavery. I mean, we're also fighting all of Europe. Not having any good generals actually kind of really blows, though, because I think that that's actually making a big portion of the difference. I wish our colonies actually fought their colonies, too. It feels like they don't. Matchlock levy. I think that's H3, yeah. Like the +3 has +3s have been going so poorly for us, but we'll try taking one here because there's like 200,000 troops right here. Yeah, and this causes them to lift off their sieges as well here. Getting 2-to-1s right now. God, the dice feels like it just doesn't matter very much. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, when this happens, I don't know. I feel like there's some way to prevent this from happening. Other than just mega stacking all of our guys together and manually distributing everyone onto fronts. But you can only overstack so much now. It automatically punts them back into the reserves. Like, this honestly almost like feels like a bug. Like, there's 2.7k here. I mean, he's not reinforcing, resaturating this. We have like a halt here, but why... Why are we able to... We have a halt here. And these guys are trying to get into here based on combat speed. Why are they filling a box that's already so fucking full? Does anyone know if there's a benefit to being a comment later? Bless you, thank you. Is it the all the combat speed is just rolling into the first place where one guy dies, and then all of these guys just roll into this box? Is that how this is working? I think that's how this is working. It's doing it based on this front, based on the engaged number, not this. And so a bunch of our guys, we were 2.7k guys in there before, and so when one of these guys dies, one of these guys dies, and there's no roll to... So, okay, so here's what's gonna happen. One of these guys dies, and then all of these guys can now... When the front is not fully saturated in terms of engagement, all these guys will be able to roll to fill the box. Okay, so, but here's the issue. Our two side flanks have lost their units, and so now these guys are gonna roll to enter the two side boxes. And just uber oversaturate them. We got 12k in one box. Like, this isn't what we want. Okay, finally we can re-roll to get into the box in the center. Unfortunately, they get on the front immediately, so now it's a now there's a stall. Okay. We get some in the middle. Bro, I think actually we want low initiative units because they can saturate these things more evenly. I think the high initiative units are actually fucking us over. Correct section chance screwing you up? No, I think what's screwing us up is the fact that we actually want there to be more time before the units from the box get to engage. So I think initiative is actually a negative modifier here. Does Sunni religion also give proximity cost reduction, tax efficiency, or more literacy, like Lutheranism, or why is it... There's, like, so many reasons why Sunni's better. It's a lot better for slaves, but it doesn't give procs. It does give a little bit of tax efficiency. Not sure if we have extra literacy in there. There is a ton of heathen tolerance, which is really strong. Yeah, but I think that... I think it's actively bad. Like, not early on, but like in this... Once you start getting like really, really huge battles, I think initiative is actively bad here. Because we're rolling these cavalry in. I think our cavalry... we also have the light version of the cav, I think, that we hired with the conscripts. No, we hired regular version of the cav. But I think it's just actively bad. God damn, dude. Pastures, thank you for follow. Oh, that was a little while ago. So you can have too much initiative? I mean, I'm not sure. But it feels like this shouldn't happen, man. And he's gotten an even distribution. And he's got an even distribution with a shitload of matchlock slow-ass levy. And now... Okay, now we kind of get a nice distribute... I mean, it's kind of... It's better than what we've been seeing. It looks like we might actually win this battle after losing a whole ton of battles. We just need the center flank to hold up. Which has been our issue just continuously. Our center flank... Actually, here's what's been happening. Our center flank holds for too long. All of our reserves get distributed to both the left and the right boxes. And then our center flank collapses. And one of the reasons our center flank can hold on longer, just generally, is... if we have infantry in it, it gets the maximum defensive bonus. Because you get bonuses for adjacent flanks. But look! He would be able to fight much longer, much better, if this didn't happen to him. It's happening to him too. So I guess turnabout's fair play. But the thing is oh my god, you know what it... You actually want to slow roll your... He has an empty box, right? He's got an empty front, an empty box. You actually want to slow roll feeding more armies into the massive battles so that you can avoid one front getting oversaturated. Do you want low initiative or just varied? Maybe it's varied. Does low initiative get you the same problem if it's uniform throughout your troops? Well, low initiative, it might have something to do with relation between initiative and combat speed. Might be the right way to think about it. Maybe it's that you don't want high combat speed relative to initiative. Because the problem is when the combat speed just allows you to fully saturate a front instantly, which cavalry has a bunch of combat speed. We have a bunch of cavalry. I think our cavalry is hurting us from the perspective of being able to reinforce properly, which is really not intuitive at all. But this is over for him. But if we slow-fed armies in, then, or feed them, like, right as we're about to run out, this would work a little bit better. So let's try this, actually. Alright, we're in April, so we don't have to worry about winter. Alright, so here we get, like, kind of a nice even split. We get our bombard phase. Guys saturate fronts. Once we have one unit die... Or, so these guys... The unit's dead. These guys are just gonna saturate the left. But they're saturating the left flank slower than they would if there were more guys in reserve. So, right now we're throttling the number of guys in reserve by slow feeding in here. And so not as many guys rolled in, so we didn't get like 3k like onto this left flank all at once. It feels like you might want to spend a few months reinforcing. Nah, just one tick is fine. These guys are almost full strength. Right, and now our reserves is in good shape. So we don't really need this other guy to come on in just yet. Isn't this a play pattern they wanted to get rid of, where you would just like slow drip your guys in? Because it feels like this is what we have to do. With fewer guys in the box, though, we're gonna have less rolls to engage. So this is gonna make it so that the nozzle, I guess, is open longer on the reserves. But here we have one guy get clipped off the front, or enough frontage open, because they only partially saturate frontage when they're damaged. On the right flank, look at this. This is just going to fully saturate the right. I mean, the center has no one opposing it, so it's not going to matter, but... yeah. Alright, well, let's try moving out here. And see if we can test our theories. Morocco, Tunis, and Tlemcen start with flat dev school, I believe. Granada does too. You're cav feeding in the middle of the battle prior to the end? Yeah, it's slow feeding, but instead they made it worse. How's it worse? Is it actually worse? It seems like it's not as bad, but you, like, I don't know, it seems like you just have to do this play pattern. Right? Once you get sufficiently big to avoid just the hyper oversaturated front. Gonna wait on this guy's stuff. Alright, there's one. Gonna feed. And this is also probably why we were struggling with the AI a little bit, is because they had more guys to reinforce here. So our center is likely to get under-reinforced here, right? And the center in general is probably likely to get under-reinforced because it tends to be a little bit tankier. So here, the sides have just gotten super oversaturated. So we're actually going to wait a little bit for our center to actually fail some more. So now we have to babysit this. We're waiting for our center to get messed up more. And actually have actively not enough guys to fully saturate the front. Also sucks that we're in, like, fighting the raid boss. Do we have a dive bonus? Not a very big one. Yep, just waiting on the center here. What 3 things do you think they need to implement in the game, excluding the river map mode? Well, I would really like for, like, the slavery buildings to work properly, because currently they don't. And I'd really like an auto-expand feature, although we're using a mod for that, so that's not super big for us. Waiting for this guy to hit the front. Alright, just waiting for this one guy to get finished off. Looks like we're doing okay, though. Alright, so now we don't have 5 guys on the front, so now these guys will just get fully saturate the center, because this is reinforcing. Or the center and the left, I guess, if the left can't saturate. So we have this 3k here, 9k here. When this guy hits, the only place they'll be able to reinforce will be the center. They'll full reinforce the center box. Unless this guy doesn't roll in. Alright, so now combat speed can only come into here, into the center. We get a ton of reinforcements into the center. And now we can do left and center. Not ideal. Left, please. Hit the front. This is by the way, I think this is also a new phenomena with what they're trying to... They nerfed overstacking boxes, and I think that this is the consequence. Because you used to be able to overstack the box so that the boxes... All these boxes would be filled with, like, your box assignments. But now they get punted into reserves. And because they get punted into reserves, this reserve phenomena is, like, so much worse. Yeah. I think we win here now, though. But we only win because we, like, slow-rolled that reinforcement. Gotta love the front system of combat? Yeah. I don't know. I really hate if I feel like I have to, like, micromanage this in this way. Yeah. Yeah, there's 40k incoming, but it doesn't matter because they rolled 50k into one flank. We might make a video about this. This is kind of super broken. Is anyone else having, like, this experience? I guess it, like, this also hasn't mattered because we've been super running over the AI, but now with, like, these closest wars and this type of stuff, like, it feels like it matters with these, like, super big numbers. To fix the issue is to move the flanks that are oversaturated should go back to reserves? Yes. Or to put a limit on how much saturation you can have on this flank. Because, like, this... they're gonna lose the battle because they have 50k on one side now. Ironically, that's the side that's, like, not reinforcing very well, but... Their center is gonna fold up. Now they're eating flanking... They're eating flanking damage bonuses now. Right, so this guy's gonna eat just a shitload of damage. That flank's gonna get decimated. And so despite having, like, 30k ready to engage... into more than we have. 30k is more than... We have 10k, 700, 3k, you know, 3k on the front, maybe. We have half the number of troops, but they can only pile in on one front. So they're just gonna get eviscerated. How does the auto-expand mod feel? I'm not sure yet. I feel like it's working. It should feel like it's working, and it just makes it, like, so that you have to click less. But look at this. We maybe shouldn't have won that. Certainly not by that margin. Armies should just auto-divide into 3? Well, I don't know if that's like I think that's a rather simplistic solution, but... I think they have a fort there. Yeah, they don't. Just want to break their ability to colonize. I think they could still colonize from the Shadow Realm, but if they can't, trying to get a little bit more done. Let's take a look at this. Okay. We have to leave this, because this and this is providing us with stuff. The ability to do things. I think at this point we punt, we get to the point where we're getting coalitioned, I think is the way to play this. Oh, this is the capital? God, that war score cost reduction is so good. Can we actually just full annex now? There's no way, right? Yeah. It's just that these edge things cost virtually nothing. Oh, this is so much anti-tag, though. We have to be willing to get coalitioned, I think. We do want to do it all Andalus, so that just involves us going psychopath mode. Or just playing it really slow, but... Valladolid still needs this. I guess maybe that's actually... Is that holding us off in the main cost? Like, how much is that costing us? That's costing us 23. Oh, maybe we can full annex these guys. Brother. Oh, except this is 5 war score, bro. Yeah, we're too far. We're too far from it. We maybe take this, because that maybe is... Oh, I think we released that as a subject. That's fine. Yeah, this looks like we're just shy of being able to full annex them, unfortunately. Right? Valladolid's 23. We control the fort, it's much less. But it's not like we're just only 23 short when we do this. Right, we're over by too much. And there's not much sense in isolating the capital. Because they have itinerant court and it'll just move around. Yeah. This is historically how smaller forces defeated larger ones, though. Superior positioning, tech, and tactics for the most part. Yeah, but if that's what you're trying to simulate with this is like, I think, a very poor way of simulating that. You know what I mean? Like, this is how we're going to represent this. Losing Merc's kind of annoying. Alright, we have our initial salvo. Did we lose that naval battle? We keep losing it. Really kind of hate that. I think this is what we have to do. We're gonna repair, though. That's what we should have had done. We lost so many ships just because we don't have any guys on the front, because it doesn't, like, auto-rebalance. Alright. Sorry. Alright. Let's try and reverse course a little bit over here. Well, that way you can see how much Valladolid costs. Without... Yeah, it's like less than half the price. Well... We want to take whole provinces. We want to take them away from the capital. Humility Castile will also let us set us free. God, it's so much antag, man. Stupid Bank of Bardi. We're like not in antag trouble with anyone before this. I mean, we could take a little bit less stuff, I guess. Look to take more money still. I think they get a penalty when they're full occupied, though, and they're about to be. Actually, this guy could come down and deal with this. When this guy comes over here. Yeah, we're sending in the Merc guy first. Every time. This we can just feed immediately and not worry about it too much. Oh. mean, we could try and avoid coalition from some of these guys. The Hansa is really pissed about some of this. Aquileia. Where's Aquileia even? Maybe a simplistic solution, but better than short term than this. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of created by some of the changes that they've done. Oh, this is a subject. We don't care about that. Like, fixing the box problem not being WAD is causing this issue. Let's come back here. And this is, like, also not... This is only when you have these super mega overstacked armies, right? That this is, like, even remotely relevant. Or you're having several armies be used. So we're gonna get a +3 here. And we're in. This is not historically battles went when it comes to corners to frontage. They're not even historical ancient Asian countries. What? Where frontage mattered? Yeah, I don't think frontage is like a good simulation. I mean, I get that they're trying to represent quality by using frontage as a throttle that you overcome, but like armies didn't be like, oh well, you know, we can't spread our troops wider than this. I don't know. I think... Yeah, we're gonna wait for our center to start failing here a little bit before feeding in. Yeah, unfortunately we have the auxiliaries, which are gonna eat a bag of dicks. Alright, so we can reinforce. I'm gonna wait for one more unit to die because these guys can reinforce as well. So when one more unit dies in the middle, then we'll reinforce, or then we'll send. Looks like we're doing alright though with the dice. Alright, so now we can... Now we're gonna send. I want to send a little bit prematurely before this flank completely collapses, because I don't want to eat too much time with it, like, having issues. And we have one additional army. Actually, we have 2 additional armies. Bro. Why you do this to us? Maybe we call upon the faithful now. In this time of lack of light, we call upon the faithful. So now as this fails, now we can saturate the center. And so that's what we were holding off on. And now the center should, yeah, get extra dudes. Looks like they're bringing another 20 stack. Center's not getting as saturated as we'd like, but they have no one on their center, so I guess this works. Pump the Diplo slider. Not sure we need Diplo slider for what? Oh yikes, this guy's getting... I didn't even realize our ally is just getting turbo wrecked. Oh, and they can march their asses over this way. Wow, that changes things a little bit. They're kind of cooked here. See, but this this late reinforce makes it so that it's halted on the super oversaturated box, and so the reinforce just basically only goes to fronts that matter. I'm gonna send, because our center is failing now. Hey, let's go! Auxiliary time. Shout out to Elephant Auxiliaries, the auxiliary that can actually fight. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this as a gameplay pattern though, us having to like focus and sweat that hard. It's kind of small numbers though, actually. Where's our navy? I think we're repairing it. Oh, you know what? We can't use this army. Oh, we gotta have to babysit that. We can't use that army because it's gonna get, like, malaria dunked. Alright, come on. Let's have at it. Alright, we got no one in reserves and not super big on balance, so we're gonna put this guy in. Right, these boxes aren't super oversaturated yet, or super saturated. We actually attacked with the wrong guy first. So we got a shit general. My antagonism is 700 to 150 with most of Europe. How do you select a whole province? Control click. There are a lot of historical things of battle that are not implemented in EU5. Big improvement would be how supply lines work. Yeah, I would want to see supply lines get a lot more interesting, to be honest. Alright, so now we have a bunch of guys in reserve because we have the carryover from the last battle. This guy is spazzing out because they always do when you recruit them. And then let's also do Lancers. And no cannons. We're gonna use this guy to help out Tunis. That guy got stack wiped. How close is this guy to just, like, thinking white peace is a good idea? Nah, he hates it. Alright. Give peace a chance. We don't have to go for quite so much. Anyone in here that we're actually remotely afraid of that isn't like France? I think it's like just France. I guess Upper Bavaria, maybe? Or we're at war with them right now. Swabia maybe is going to be an issue. Alright, our boxes are kind of relatively well enforced. Yeah, it looks like he's kind of taking a lot of damage here. He's eating a dice penalty. I think they're also supposed to... guys are supposed to enforce, I think, more than their unit strength. Like, if they get if 2 units are 50% depleted, my understanding is it was supposed to be that guys would reinforce into that. Like, if the total... you only use a frontage partial to how damaged you are. Is diplomatic endeavors will help with full annex? No, we should actually be annexing more people, though. You right, bestie. I think Marrakesh is on the chopping block. And then I think that we want this as a town ourselves. The Iron's got a ton of people. We maybe want it urban. Maybe the Iron's okay urban. Let's send in this guy. Alright, we're keeping an eye on our center. Although it looks like we have this one. Alright, let's come here. 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 This is only +1 fort. Oh, I kind of don't want to siege them on a +1 though. We could just assault it. That's really manpower expensive. Our mercenaries are up. Giving these guys a control group. We're giving them a control group because we want to control them. Because I think we're not going to be watching them very carefully. We're just going to have them auto-fight people in this region. What's our dice, too? Is this our small army? No, this is... Ooh. Yikes. I think we'll do this and send them back here. 8K is in. Small army fills the box. They have a ton of dudes, but it will be their unduding. Getting close to the full Iberian conquest. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit behind. I feel like I have to watch this super carefully. I like when you brief stuff. Hell yeah, bestie. This will be our next reinforce, because this guy needs more troops anyways. Alright, currently their left flank is getting too many dudes in it. 21k versus their center with 2k. Our center is also getting not enough dudes in it. Gonna put Castile away today, it looks like. It looks like. But looks can be deceiving. We have to fight 2 wars. Really, these death wars against the papal states that go nowhere are truly our enemy, actually. We have to wait for our box to clear out in the center before we reinforce. Other than that, it was looking pretty good for us, because they have too many guys on the left flank. Our left flank will just be able to hold for too long, and we'll get our flanking bonus. Auxiliaries, of course, getting in the mix, like they should. Almost time to reinforce here. We don't like that they keep reinforcing, though. That means their center is going to get properly reinforced by basically all these new guys should go to the center. Wait, did they just all go to the right flank? That sucks for him. No, wait, we gotta hold. Hold! 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 Oh, our center clears out their center first anyway. Just kidding, we just win. Okay. They are going to all pile into the center and the right flank. Alright, our center's no longer full. Going in. That means our box will get refilled in the center. To some extent. They keep reinforcing, though. Oh, it's a massacre. Now they're single filing. Now initiative is like... Or their combat speed's not good enough to saturate. There we go. We're oversaturated on the left, unfortunately. Oh no. This is actually starting to look bad. Our center's cleared. Yeah. The God General, unfortunately, is causing us some issues. I mean, we killed everyone from before. We can reinforce. I guess we have to reinforce now. That'll be all we have. We're reinforcing so our center gets the dudes. Hopefully that'll be enough. It feels like they have infinite troops. Oh, too much of it is going to the right flank, I think. Oh, this looks actually like we win. Nice to see Central Europe looks the same as the Sweden campaign. I allied Boho, launched 6 back-to-back wars, conquered a huge chunk of the maps, no anti-tag at all. Hey guys, I'm glad we got 3/4 of a point of war score where there's no war goal. Yeah. And we are tapped out, basically, of manpower. But we're trying to siege them. We could assault down this +2. That's the other thing, because then we would get a soft underbelly of +0s. Or we could try and fight them on this +1. Can't I deselect all? Yeah. Alright, hopefully that guy can do some work. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm supposed to assault this. I think this is the only way to make forward progress is to assault so that they can't. We are barely winning battles where we have way more dice. I don't think we want to take a battle where we have less dice. Or where we have a dice malice. And so we're gonna wait for this guy to arrive. Oh no, why is it so many guys to die? Why is it so many to die? Why is war hell? No. Alright. Now we have a +2 to defend out of. Oh, what is this shit? I didn't even notice. God damn it. Okay, just kidding. We have to do something about this. Wait, why do we not have zone of control there, dog? Okay. I didn't even notice we were getting toasted over here. Or we're kind of getting toasted? Maybe we just give up that as something we need to do this war. The thing is, this would help us out a lot for fighting France, because then we would be able to zip through all these forts. Let's try this. Did we not march? Okay. Just making sure the guys are saturating correctly. The center, as soon as a guy dies in the center, we have to reinforce. A guy did die in the center, cool. Yeah, it's the center flank that seems to get the most, crushed. I'm not sure why we're using historical accuracy as a metric to evaluate a combat system in a video game. Feels like you're over-indexing on the historical accuracy metric if you did. I mean, but, also this just, this is... If you wanted to simulate, outflanking and outmaneuvering and this type of thing, it would not be, here, I feel like. I don't know. But we're basically stone cold out of troops, so we kind of want to get this peace deal and then the white peace. We can scare them with our levies. I want to save because dismissing levies is a huge pain in the ass, and I don't know if this is scary enough for us to be able to... Because what we would do is we would unraise all the levies, like, after it works or doesn't work, or, you know what I mean? And I don't want to do that mechanically. We're going for yet another white piece with the other guys, the idiots. I think. Alright, can we white piece you? No. No, you love it. Alright. I'm gonna use the rest of chat. I will be right back. Actually, I'm gonna catch up on chat while we're reading, while we're loading. For what it's worth, it looks like a ton of flanks are levies, while the other flanks are pro troops, so the numbers aren't equivalent. What happened to HRE? Soho and France tag team him into the ground. Is that how this patch works? Yeah, it is. I feel like I have to watch like these battles super close, so I'm having a little trouble keeping up with chat. These wars with the Papal States are pretty nice to see a huge pushback from the AI. Understanding the major upcoming threat. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's also like, highlighting some problems, I think. Let's kind of move these guys down. Oh, didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about the fact that stuff was gonna get bricked. Or like the peace deal that we had set up was gonna get bricked. I mean, I think we can full annex them after this, so maybe we're sweating trying to take the maximum from them when we shouldn't be. And we want to humiliate them so we can become a kingdom. Feels like we should be able to take more off of them. Are we taking war score? We're not taking war score, and we're not going to get any more occupations. So it's just going to be their war enthusiasm, basically. Which I feel should be ticking, like, harder than it does, but... Oh no. Do we have a dice bonus? We have one. Didn't mean to get caught here. It's looking okay for us. Oh no, this guy's trapped all the reinforce. No, no, no. That's probably okay, actually. I mean, we're taking more damage than we're doing, so maybe it's none of this is okay. Yeah, actually this is probably bad for us. Yeah, eat attrition. Except there's no attrition to be had. It looks like this guy is able to rake back in whatever's going on over there. I was playing this game with me and my subjects, started with War, Castile, Great Britain, Aragon, and Papal States. Drag me in, no questions asked, no option to decline, just drag me in. There's some subject stuff that's a little bit interesting. I think you might be getting baited by levy numbers into thinking the battle's bad. Let's kick things off here. Ooh, we don't want to hit the stack wipe ratio. Let's maybe help out a little bit here. Also, there's no one in our reserves, so... And no one really in the boxes, so getting another guy here is probably good. Even if it gives no war score, winning this kind of battle in theory should give a ton of war exhaustion. That's one problem with Castile, we don't have any more battles to win. 180k. Alright, end of flank is weak, so we can reinforce here. Maybe we should be trying to hit a better dice bonus than this. Like... They also still have the God General, man. I hate this guy so much. They have 60k on the right. Are we gonna mess them up in terms of their reinforcements? We don't have much more to work with is also an issue here. We're winning on the morale front. Once the left starts failing, we'll reinforce. I mean, we're toasting up their center. Our center's a little cooked, and one more in. Oh, these battles, man. Maybe going after Valladolid was just greed. We're like out of troops though. We're like just hard out of troops. Zone of control is for you, not the AI. Silly generalist, my bad. Hey, Yankees fan, thank you for the $10. Check the top troop quality units. The 60k on the right you mentioned are just mostly levies. Yeah, but you're right. I should be looking. The battles are bad. It has to be on a huge dice malice to win these wars. Yeah, or the enemy does. You can wipe peace. You have to wipe peace with that amount of manpower. I don't think we can wipe peace here. The thing is, we can merc up more. Wrong one. Maybe we should have actually just looked for a super competent mercenary guy, too. To serve as a general. But yeah, the manpower is an issue. We need 17k to fully reinforce. And also this is... the relative size of the forces is now starting to count against us for getting peace deals. I think that was a bad battle for us, even though we won it. Any place with over 75 control, please. 72. Oh, we can't lose prestige right now. I mean... maybe this isn't gonna come into play this war. And maybe we just don't take this, and this is the peace deal. And then we get the humiliate. And then with the humiliate, we could go to kingdom. And then with kingdom, we don't have to pay cost to court anymore. And then we don't mind losing the prestige now. And what if we offer you humiliation? Oh, I think this is it. Man, that's such a vibe. Alright, let's spread these guys out a little bit. I guess I just wasted a bunch of money hiring mercs. I can't cancel it. No! Oh wait, I can. Perfect! What an absolute slog. I feel like this war's over if you're at... feels like this war's over if you're at the manpower, yeah. No, I mean, we could merc repeatedly, but... I think we even have enough money to merc repeatedly, but I think... it's more cost efficient to just fight the war later. We'll see about Mallorca's. Okay, Mallorca gets cores on Castile. Perfect. This we might integrate ourselves. Not because, well, actually, no, it's silly. We should just make this a subject. Do have to use the restroom, though. This we might integrate ourselves. I wonder what our literacy looks like. Our max literacy should be really nice on some of these guys. 77. 79 is the max. Hey, Sayuza, thank you for the raid. Big nice, how you doing? How's it going? Saints are good for when you need legitimacy in a panic. That's true. Not using Merc interface will be better for your mental health in the long run too. That's also very true. The Merc interface is like rough. Very rough. Alright, we gotta release a couple more subjects. Let's do this one, Vassal. I think we gotta annex more people as well. I think this guy's probably good. Actually, this guy's probably better. He's not using as much, what is it, dev province density, I guess? I wish you could auto-recruit guys back up to a certain strength level. This one usually has problems. Caravels. This. Something like that. And then create subjects, custom. For those of you who just arrived, we are making custom subjects and making a ton of them so that they integrate the provinces for us, make them cores, and then we are doing a ton of them because this is pretty good for cabinet actions and you integrate them faster if they're smaller. So they will use stuff like dev province and then they will get integrated nice and quick. With a few exceptions. The thing that gets pressured by you doing this is your diplomats, but we are fine on the diplomat front overall, so. So you have to improve relations and do all this type of stuff. I used to cheat mod to see if Saint Maxim does anything. Feels and it feels bad, not enough benefits. Yeah, I wish the benefits were more, but they're not. I think we do want to make this a colonial subject at some point, so. I forgot we have a spy network on them. I do have to use the restroom, though. When I come back, we will take a look at some of the territory we annexed and try and set it up, economically speaking. So we just picked up Sevilla and kind of didn't have a chance to take a look at it. Handle the diplo relations penalty from annexing subjects. Improve relations with them. It caps out. So the minus 50 is not that big a deal because it caps out at minus 100, so it's just effectively minus 100 forever. Alright, so we have... The Sevilla was the one who got added. I think it was just Sevilla. Let's take a look here. First things first. Let's make the jewelry auto-expand. And jewelry in this province will be very good, but we don't want to do jewelry everywhere. I guess let's do it in the clay here. Put it on auto expand. The thing is, jewelry usually doesn't have too much demand, so... Alright, we're gonna have bonuses for cloth as well. Let's see... And paper... It's also gonna be relatively good. I think we'll let this guy... Do we need to auto-expand the tools? Let's do that. So this guy auto-expand tools as well. Just looking to get these guys their EOS bonuses, and... I'll have him expand paper. Currently not going up. We have a full discount, and this will create more demand as well. I'm not 100% sold on the fact that, well, it's horses farmland. We probably do want it, yeah. That'll be good for us. And then... The cotton... I think we are going to keep this rural. Let's just do that. And of course, the silver. Do want to make sure that there's a market village everywhere. And there's not. We're doing this so we get potential burgers. A little bit tedious, but... The potential burgers... Unlocks burger literacy, which gives dev and burger trades, although burger trades aren't really useful. Something like this. Alright. And we're annexing this guy. So let's make some choices about what we actually don't want urban. So we'll see. A lot of this stuff's not very well populated. Bora is a farmland? I don't know how I feel about this being a city at all. Is it on... I guess it's not on... the river. Maybe I am okay with all this. This seems like a little bit extra. Mostly okay with a lot of that urbanization though. I guess if we need food, like Avora would be on the chopping block, but the thing is, Avora is already a city. A city upgrade's expensive. Is the auto-expand a mod? It is. It is indeed. Wish we could get this guy to hate us a bit. We probably actually just have to deck into the high relations at some point. But Tlemcen will make a war goal eventually on Tlemcen. So I think this is good for us. Proximity is pretty good. 93, Jesus. Pretty good, more like excellent. BDC 98, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So what's our control look like here? That's not the right thing. It's 100. Oh. 100 control, and I think it also has 100 market access, courtesy of the new things. No, 97. So we could use... This is kind of... We could use more of these. Should involve upgrading all of them. So let's do that. So it's 13. And we had 97, like 0.25. So that means we could use 5 more of these. And that will bring us up to basically max market access. There as well, out of Cordoba, which we're kind of maybe committing a little bit to. Actually, let's test the thing in terms of how much trade capacity this is costing us. All right, so Cordoba. Let's look at some of your trades. What's the trade we're doing actively? So this 2.27 is moving 1.76 goods. 0.27 moving 1.76 goods. If we move this, that's a lot more goods. Maybe we do want the... That's like 5% more, right? 2.27. 2.27 divided by 1.76. It's 1.289, so let's call it 1.29 versus 2.27 divided by 1.87. 1.21 divided by 1.29. It's only 94% of the trades. Although, this will get smaller and smaller. Like, proportionally, this is actually the place where the trade will be the absolute most expensive. Yeah, I think we're okay with it. It's 6% fewer trades with our, like, adjacent market, but it's going to be... The farther away we trade, the less of a factor it'll be. Wish they fixed the Ming bug already, missing that achievement. What's the bug? Mundy, thank you for the follow. If you saint a 100x3 Chad Lord, you get 20 legitimacy, 20 prestige, 20 clergy satisfaction. But it legit overflows, it seems to transfer you to 50 prestige. Not sure if that's a bug, that's kind of weird. So, I mean, we could move it to Sevilla and be able to trade more, but I think I like Cordoba because, man oh man, are we gonna... we still get to have max market access in Sevilla, and then we get to have better market access, so much better market access everywhere else. And this is where we're going to be, like, these two markets, I think, Bat and Cordoba, we actually want to be producing quite a lot of goods. Like, these are our, like, base markets. So, tags are screwed, be literal, the Middle Kingdom makes you great Ming, and it checks, or Ming or something like that. Something that should be easily fixed, especially since it was allegedly but not actually fixed per the recent patch notes. I do think I remember something now with the Middle Kingdom being a little bit screwy. Although I think I'm thinking of something else. I don't know, I'm surprised that they didn't spend, or I think they probably should have spent more attention on Ming and Japan early on. But okay, so we're gonna just have this massive block of urbanization here. We'll feel pretty good. And then we're making decent income a month now. Don't need to pay for that. Almost certainly should be making more colonies though, here. Of course, we lack the manpower to explore it. That guy, I guess. I was trying to select the right market with that other guy. Wow, he's calling us so much. I think this guy could probably figure it out. Wait, what is he building? Wait, we can build the Brethren of the Marsh building? That makes some sense. I didn't realize you could build it. I don't think we want to. Because we don't need sailors. And it only gives shipbuilding capacity, basically. Let's upgrade Sevilla's dry dock. Make sure it's wharfed. Protected harbor, sure. Any bridges for us to build? Let's do that. Unlocks. Where else can we build them? Oh, Genoa? Yeah. Genoa's probably fine. Just for the food bonus. I think we have enough peasants there that it's like worth. Do we want to add any urbanization to Sevilla? I don't think so. I think this is kind of fine. Population's starting to get really depopulated up here. We're noticing that with this subject. They got like 6 locations, but only like 20k pops, if that. Which is, yeah, 16k pops. We probably won't annex them for a while. Kind of a little rough. We even built a settlement. The real issue is the AI likes to close settlements. Or an issue. We're flirting with disaster on the food here. We had some food specialized provinces. Looks like we don't really have a good wood collapse. We're at the point where we kind of are shift clicking for lumber mills. We're fine there for now. Does development play a role in urbanizing for you? Yes. The higher tier pops are worth a lot more in high dev areas because they consume a lot more. Like the nobles here are worth a lot more. Because you take a look, times like 4.7 to 8 instead of like 0.2 or 2 point something. So when you get potential guys, it's more valuable. Also, the max level you can have of buildings scales with development. And the scaling gets even more strong when you get to the higher tier buildings. So like the paper, for example, the scaling from dev is 16.29. If we look at a tier 1 building, it's 6. Population scaling stays the same, so... yeah. Thought we had this on auto-expand? Guess maybe not. And it doesn't want to auto-expand because there's not enough space. Now it will. There's clay here too. I think we're gonna make a potter's guild here. Put it on auto expand. You really don't need a lot for an entire market. But we just deleted some. That went to like relatively high level. I saw Norwell with perpetual regions but no air for 50 years. Woof. Was that building? I've never seen it. It's a Navarra special. And I thought no one could build any of it. It just like was there at game start and was just a vibe playing as Castile, because as Castile you can't build it, but as Navarra I guess you could build it. It's not really very useful because you're almost never, if you're playing a coastal person, you're almost never sailor pressured other than the very, very early game, but I guess in the very, very early game it's kind of nice. Nature of our faith tree. Maybe we want any religion on air, to be honest. That's gonna move us quite a bit away from... we will start trending humanist if we do that. That's not good. We could take away Dimmy stuff, but we kind of don't want to. Oh, it won't move us in that direction because we don't have any law. Because this guy's our heir. So do we just want any religion? Is it better than nothing? I'm not sure. Get the extra tolerance, but I don't want to randomly brick ourselves. I kind of like this buffer. Okay, this one, I think we were planning on choosing the... Belief in Unity is kind of nice. Or will be nice later. I think for now, we kind of want to choose Church and State. Because, generally kind of having crown power issues. But this is definitely one that we're going to change at some point. At some point in the game, I realized my estates have more money than I could ever have. Yeah, depending on how things roll up. Let's see if we have any estates that have just been hoovering up the money. Yeah, our clergy can't spend the money fast enough. Our burghers can't spend the money fast enough. This is one reason that we don't expand out all the roads by hand, is because our burghers are willing to build roads. It takes like 6 months from like when the annexation happened, but they're willing to build roads. How much more we have? We need 7k. We have a fat margin between our maintenance though and our monthly manpower. Courtesy of us fighting these like unwinnable wars for several sessions now. Slowly recovering that. Maybe we should be... To be honest, maybe we should be patrolling... Or not patrolling them, training them, drilling them. Yeah. Maybe that's... would be good. Do peasants have more wealth than nobles? Usually we don't have peasants get, yeah, super hyper rich. I was really hoping that one of our guys would be building Vice Realities, but it doesn't look like it. Our unique building. I definitely regret researching the next level. Because, these take 8 times as much to build as the lieutenancy. And we were thinking of building them just for potential nobles, and so the 5 proximity score is wasted if you're building them just for potential nobles. I really wish you could I build the downgraded version of things when there's like reasons to want to. But yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. Are we almost done with this tech tree section? I think we kind of are. I think we might just get exactly one. Trade maintenance minus 10% is kind of nice. It is behind the other thing. But the tertio is definitely something we're into. I know that unlocking more of these causes issues for us, though. I want to go for our unique unit, though. It's so ballin'. Or wait, we get the reformed tertio next stage or something like this, right? Musketeers. Army tradition. No? the guy the way we want this. But maybe we just want to go pistoliers. Monthly colonial migration is kind of an okay modifier. We could upgrade just the cavalry. Just go heavy lancers. And then also grab the manpower. Because that is wrecking us. Just kind of flirting with the idea of not grabbing a ton of mill unit techs, just in general, because every one we grab apparently increases the amount of pops you lose to mercenaries being recruited or whatever. I don't think you have enough manpower for drilling your army. Drilling doesn't take manpower, does it? Church is strong, you need to get all the buff troops you can get. In fact, that you can hit barracks on the way is good since you have no manpower. Yes. Do have no manpower. I'm shocked how much control we have in all of this. It's actually looking like really hot for us. Just so many full value locations. 100 control, 100 market access. What's the market access look like here? Fiber crops are generally pretty accessible. We have lumber and cattle in the same province. We can do really well at getting fiber crops, and it looks like we do. I think one of these can't make sheep, right? Or both of these. This is making sheep and auto-expanding. So the fiber crops, if I recall correctly, is wood and cows. And it's kind of rare to have wood and cows in the same province, so I think we'll fiber crops here, considering we can't do sheep here. The fact that we could just full punt our cost to court cost is so obscene. Just because there's no disaster for us to roll as a theocracy. We're getting to the point where the raw materials output and food production percentage is starting to be worth less, but we generally have a lot less satisfaction on the dhimmis, so us low taxing them is kind of nice for having high population satisfaction even when we have a bunch of Catholics. Which is allowing us to roll up higher levels of prosperity. Generally. Because we're not capping this either. You can see satisfaction does drag it down, right? So we want that guy to die. And are trying to facilitate. Kinda don't want the other stuff though. I guess we just go with this. I think we go tax exemption just for the 7th stab and the fact that we can raise additional taxes. I think we're going communal, but there's maybe a world where we want to swap back individualistic sometime soon. Realistically, is that we're nowhere near being able to do it. Well, some of these places are at 97-ish. These places are still taking up. They'll get there. You know, I feel like we're really underutilizing the Diplo core. So I think we're going to switch to maritime support. What's the cost for us to change this? 5 stab. Maritime support here. Which is going to increase harbor capacity in all these locations by 18. Or maybe not maritime support is what we want. Maybe we want, reduce paperwork. 5% prod efficiency everywhere there. Let's see how much we're paying for segments like this. Free. So this is getting cheaper. But if we have a lot of free segments, we're not even really saving money. Or procs, rather. We're getting about 10 proximity on the places that weren't capped out or something like this. I don't know if this was capped out, but this is saving about 10 proximity. So that means this has like 7.5 more control than it otherwise would have. Or we ate 1 month. Hold up. We ate 1 month. The maximum control here is around 4 or 5 higher. So it's increasing like by 6 control in some of these locations that are downstream. But a lot of them. Is that better than 5% production efficiency? I don't know. Tough to say. I feel like max tax as a modifier is a huge noob trap people don't understand. I think it's really good. I think it's really good, especially in the light of the fact that estates often do this. If they spent all their money always, it wouldn't be as good. I think we have rights of the clergy coming up, and we're gonna do the one that gives us max tax. Are you doing the thing where you undervalue Miltech and then complain about losing long, close wars? Yes, that's what I'm doing. The same thing I do every run, Yankees fan. Drilling does take manpower, since the amount of army maintenance is both gold and manpower. You increase the cost by... Okay. Gotcha. Someone's kind of blowing my horn a little bit. I don't get any parliament agendas from burghers, although I have one in my cabinet. What could be the reason? You do not have a parliament that allows for burghers. You must get the burghers up to 20% clout. And then there will be a parliament. I'll show you the button once this parliament's over. There's a special button you must click that doesn't look like a button, but it is in fact a button. You must find the button, good sir. Only then can you truly be happy. It feels so nice getting 2.5k though now. After a long period of kind of stalling out. I forget what this gives. RGO output. Oh, hell yeah. This is all, yeah. Not the best territory, but kind of still nice. I think Patagonia has the place that we want the colony, not the other one. Does anyone else feel like the clicking sounds of the game are just way too loud? I don't. Alright, so this is a button. Allows you to change your parliament type. You need the one that is a state parliament, because it has burghers in parliament, yes. If you do not have a burghers in parliament yes thing, the burghers will not be in parliament. Hope that helps. Right, this guy's full core to everything. Farmland Silk is kind of a tough one. So right now we're thinking of annexing the guy. I don't know if we want to de-urbanize stuff. I think we want to de-urbanize this, because it's got 9k pops and, like, okay, whatever. I think we want to de-urbanize the saltpeter. Although maybe that's a mistake, and then we can annex him. I think one of these guys doesn't have cores. Nope, they all have cores. Okay. Don't want that. Can get rid of that, thanks. One of these guys have bad prosperity. Not the best, not the worst. Are we Devon Province, boys? We are. Don't want to annex that guy for a while. Alright, fair. Then it's maybe this guy. Next, I suppose. We actually have a couple guys coming through. This guy's almost done. Do we want to really have the copper? I think we asked ourselves this before. Plateau sparse. Also, we might prefer the sugar to doing this, especially as it starts to get... The urbanization is worth less and less the farther we get from, like, market access, which we're kind of far from with these guys, so let's do this, and this will make the annexation faster. You still have happy estates? I know a lot of people don't have the satisfaction that max taps becomes a mouse if there's always a revolt. I mean, yeah. I think people don't give out enough privileges. We're trying to give away the bag. I think there is some llama stuff we could actually maybe give out. We didn't want the progress towards belligerent here, I think is our thing. The one-time clicks like production priority inheritance are well hidden. Thank you, that helps. That's good, that's good. Yeah, that's definitely... You can play a lot of hours before realizing you can change your parliament, and you're like, oh, the Europeans are so much better, they get burger parliaments, the other guys don't. That's like, it's not even that. Yeah, that guy's gonna annex real quick. Real quick. Wonder how we're doing here. We do have to make these a majority, because this stuff's not cored for us, unfortunately. Can you help me figure this out? I'm in a PU in the country. Suddenly, in the middle of the month, they leave the union and replace the king with some random count. It's not succession or anything. My king was their king in months. They just got randomly left. Do you have the same succession law? I know you said that it's not succession or anything, but do you have the same law? If not, they might be getting some sort of event or something. Is this guy married to anyone? I don't think he is. He is not. He has no family, which means we'll get no crown characters once he becomes king. I do, yeah. My guess would be some kind of event. I know it's not very helpful. I put it as I wanted to roleplay, so I just didn't give my burghers the rights before 1600. Womp womp. Cognatic for both countries. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're... Definitely under-colonizing right now, to be honest. It's kind of cheap for us. In theory, every time you should just make a new colony, though. I kind of hate it, but... I want bigger colonies to be better, but they're not. That's a fast annexation. What's our timeline with this guy? Like, about halfway done. What about the Papal States? Do Papal States just hate our guts because we have Genoa? Maybe Genoa's actually just like the Trojan horse that could. Or is just like messing us up unnecessarily. We haven't paid much attention over here. We could get probably control of the market, actually. Masonry is not cheap. Yeah, it doesn't really colonize early on. They're doing alright in this game. I guess it depends what you mean by early on. Spain's kind of doing the thing. They might have stopped, though. We tried to put an end to it a little bit. War score cost is going to be nice for this next war. Pretty sure we're just taking the, yeah. Nice not having anything super high pop over there. Well, this is a lot of pop to colonize through if we wanted to. Could make a new colony here. I gotta sneeze. I do think I gotta wrap things up just a sec though, because I do have something I have to do it too. And I want to maybe grab food real quick. Yeah. We can't forget the Pound Lock canals though. my favorite building. .90 proximity up in here. This run is starting to really feel like it's coming together. Really just like having just so much dev, like also just like comes into bear, like in the minus 15% prox cost on the dev is so nice. Like look at this, our total discount is, our flat discount brings us down to 15 base, right? And so our total discount is over 60% with all this figured together. And so like us having like this really nice dev thing going on is going to like really kick things off, especially H5 when we get the additional like 15% procs. It's gonna like cut in half the cost of some of these segments like this one. And the Padlock Canal is gonna help that out a lot. Yeah. We're gonna get pretty close to actually free on some of these. Could you quickly recap why Navarra into El Andalus? Granada into Navarra into El Andalus. Thank you way back for the Prime resub as well. I missed that, I apologize. Let's find, though, someone to raid. Thank you so very much, way back. Much appreciated. The Prime subs are always nice. The Prime subs like feel like extra nice because it feels like we're getting away with it. Oh, Tarkus is streaming. We'll raid Tarkus. He's playing Vic 3.
We could have like a political rivalries of France coming into Canada.
Yeah. But they're like, yeah, Bezos gotta give up the thing. Except you're also, yeah, there's some things with the stuff. Let's create that raid. I will link on YouTube his Twitch, but he should be streaming YouTube too if you wanted to check him out. And then other than that, thanks for coming out. I think next episode we'll probably do one more episode and then we'll get to be able to form El Andalus. Maybe. We have a lot of subjects to annex though. I know that this doesn't require, I don't think this requires anywhere close to all of Iberia. We just have to push out all the Catholics. We have like almost half the locations we need, so I think we need about half of Iberia in order to hit this 318 number. So I think we probably should be able to do it by annexing Castile next episode, but we'll see. Anyways, thank you guys. Take care. Bye now.